Yo, Mr. LeBear, first in the house. How you doing tonight? Yo, Matthew. Welcome, welcome. How you doing tonight? Doing well. Thank you for asking, Matthew. I would like to get a cracked mon tonight. Absolutely. How's it go? Hey, buddy. EX, welcome to the chat. How you doing tonight? You tanked a midterm today? I'm sure your preparation paid off. So stab super effective. That's unfortunate. That's sad. It's a physical attacker, not a special attacker. Exactly, GX. Damn. I was literally one step away from the grass, the edge of the grass. Gonna be one of those nights, huh? Good special attack, good ability, bad nature. Right, if it was like plus speed minus attack, would have still been a hair below average speed, but it could have been usable. Especially with the bulk that's on this. And the magic bar to avoid chip damage. But, I don't know. I think we would still consider options. Hey, Blair in the house. How you doing tonight? Doing decent enough, Blair. Decent enough. Nice crit, buddy. Nice crit. He was nearly good. He was nearly, like, really good. But no answer to ghost types, and very slow. Stab Hyper Beam does go burr. It would also need Brick Break. Wait, you said Shadow Claw Punch? Don't you mean Shadow Ball? This is a special attacker. I just took your word for a second. That's why I said brick break, and then I said, hold up, wait a second. Nah, it would be Shadow Ball and Ore Sphere. Hello. Found a pivot. Very fast. Faster than 13 at level 3. Or close. Probably like 12. No, I think that was just a speed nature on that one. Or it can be a mon that benefits from a minus speed nature. Yo, Laser Dog, how you doing tonight? Or Electivire? With Blaze Kick. Packing for a week-long trip to the Key West? Hey, that'll be fun. Be nice to get out of the weather. I don't know if you've gotten weather where you are, but I know it ain't nice up there compared to the Key West. Key West? I'm pretty sure the Key West is in Florida, right? It's a location. It's like saying Cancun. Cancun is Mexico. So when you say you go to your it's an island off of Florida. I knew it was Florida. I didn't know it was an island off of it. So right now, the choices are Infernape and Electivire. Sadly, they are both in the same location, so it's not like we get access to both. We only get access to one. At least the other spawns were quick. Didn't take forever to find them. if the Infernape is not as good as we want it to be, at least it has good speed to be able to continue the scouting. Though his moveset has not really... Oh, Ice Beam, okay. Really good special attack, too. And oh my god, he has Bolt Beam. Dude, he's got Bolt Beam, that's insane. I pray he's a special attacker. We've only seen the level 3 so far. We have to find the higher level. But either if it's 5 or 6, it doesn't matter. It gets a new move at 7, which is nice. We don't have to worry about losing our Bolt Beam combo. I think he's a special attacker. I want to say he is. That felt like a little bit above average damage. Maybe not hyper offensive, but we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Troy cleaned up his channel name. Nice. Troy is Fate Decides, for those who are curious. Hope you're doing well, Fate. Glad to hear that, Fate. I wish one of the other patches had a Pokemon that was fast with the ability Trace, so that we could find out, like, good example, the Dusknoir, right? I ended up catching the one with the lesser ability. We were able to get one that worked well for Infernape. Damn, I was really hoping Electivire was the... Sorry, I was really hoping that Infernape was the level 6 and not Electivire. Go. I misclicked. Got a little worried, yeah. That damage output was not impressive from the level 5. That's tough. Split attacker, more on the physical side. Sad. The rare, very, very rare sequence of getting the bolt beam, but getting like name brand bolt beam, right? It's not like knockoff third hand cheapskate bolt beam with using like Aurora Beam and Shockwave or something. This is actually Ice Beam and Thunderbolt. Like, so sad. We did scout Electivire. We were thinking Infernape would be better. Wood Hammer. Because the Electivire and the Infernape are in the same location, we could not do both. We had to choose one or the other. That offense is really sad, yeah. It's tanky and fast, and we can look for pivots, exactly. It's got good health, it's good speed. It's crazy winter there right now, came out of nowhere. I wonder if it's swept across. I haven't been watching, like, the patterns of the weather. But I mean, I got hit by a bunch of rain today. And up north, they got hit by almost 3 feet of... Where I'm from, they got hit by almost 3 feet of snow. Most in the record of, like, over 100 years. The last record had been held in the 1978 blizzard. And this snowstorm broke that record. Crazy windy. Oh, that's okay. That's nothing. I thought you were saying crazy winter, like winter hit. Are you looking forward to getting a lot of snow, or are you hoping that it's less than what they're predicting? been a record-breaking winter for a lot of places. Damn. Where I am right now, like, I mean, it wasn't a bad winter, honestly. Like, it was cold for maybe a month, and like we got a little bit of like light snow, and they talk about a big snow craze, but it ended up hitting north of us instead of really hitting us. We only got like a little taste of it. Last year was like the most snow that they had experienced in like 8 years, from what people around had told me. Because it was my first winter last year in this area. So I'll take it. I'll definitely take the winter I had this year than what I would have experienced up north. That's pretty cool, Mr. LeBear. October until May, yeah. Honestly, that's what I was saying about up north. Like, well, for up where I'm from, it would go until like March, and then like mid-March, early to mid-March would be like when weather would start getting closer to spring environments. But like after this snowstorm that they just had, I could really expect that that snow doesn't leave until late April, early May. They're gonna have that snow up there forever. Because normally, like, yeah, you'll feel that springtime, but the snow isn't gone for a month. So, it's gonna be like 2 to 3 months that snow's there. What state am I in now? I'm now in Georgia. Georgia. We could do Ryolu Friendship. I didn't really see anything else. I'm so sad that this can't be a runner. It's just nowhere near strong enough. I don't want to have to set up on every single fight, and I don't even have the right setup move anyways. I would need Nasty Plot, not physical +1 sharpen. Thoughts in the chat. I think there was one underdog in the other area. We could also go for Copium. The last state that I lived in was Massachusetts. My issue with the friendship is because it's Ryolu, specifically Ryolu, there will be, I want to say, like an 11% chance that the underdog, by the way, is Xatu. There's like an 11% chance that it evolves into Infernape. There was also the Vulpix option if we were to find a Firestone. That is true, Claire. 1,100 miles, or 1,400 miles, something like that. I think it's 11. Only we had like the ability to download or something. Or at least like Mold Breaker or something to help out. A morbidly obese husky. That's sad. Alright, I was close. I said 11% chance. It's a 10% chance that we turn into Infernape. 10.06% chance. Plus speed. And stab wake up slab. Okay, okay. Shoot, I should have healed. I didn't realize. If we were to get the Infernape, yes, it would have double stab, but downside is Infernape did not need a plus speed boost. So I am hoping we get something else. I would like Blaziken. Blaziken would be a good substitute. Alright, let's do this. Damn it, stab crit, dude. It was a blaze again. Damn it. Super luck. Lava plume. No worries. On to the next. Yo, if this nature was switched, its defense and attack would be the same. It'd be min-max offense, fast speed, high, little above average attack, physical attack. It'd be low-key a runner. But that would be if the nature was switched. Or restore. That's what I was saying. This mon is low-key good except for the nature. It has 2 physical moves, good speed, good offense, great balance on the stats. I mean, it does die to a single air cutter, but overall, solid mon. I mean, we could consider pivots at least. Tropius! Dragon scale for Cedra. No. XP on this is based on the Pokemon themselves. So, like, because your question is XP based on BST, right? But Shaman and Jirachi and mythical Pokemon that are 600 give very, very little. So it's actually based on like the like Pokemon's qualification of the Pokemon themselves. That's why Blissey, Chansey, Happiny give like the highest XP ratio, but other Pokemon will give like different amounts. So even though everything is randomized, the ratio of what our XP is given to us tends to stay at a very balanced environment, so we don't get like crazy overleveled or crazy underleveled in different runs. So you can actually kind of predict what you're about to face based on how your encounters have gone. Yeah, I'd say Jirachi is probably one of my all-time favorite legendaries. I mean, mostly just because I really like the Body Slam Iron Head Wish combo. Yeah, but technically correct. Like Flare and I had mentioned earlier, technically Jirachi is not a legendary, it is a mythical. They are classified as two different things. I believe Mew is also technically a mythical. Manaphy has Tail Glow and Surf, but it also has the move Take Heart, which is Calm Mind on crack. Take Heart is a +1 special attack and a +1 defense, and removes the status on your Pokemon. So if you're poisoned, paralyzed, burned, put to sleep, if you get to use the move while using Sleep Talk, you can remove the sleep. It's a crazy good move. I could grab a Trace Weezing in order to scout abilities. That wouldn't be bad. What you both are saying makes a whole lot of sense, that it's the difference between mythicals and legendaries, and that makes a lot of sense why they're so customizable. So legendary, though, sorry, this might seem like a stupid question, But even though Arceus is very customizable, Arceus is a legendary because he controls all Pokemon, right? Like, Arceus never really technically had its own game. So, like, in theory, he could be a mythical, but I'm pretty sure he's a legendary, right? Arceus is a mythical, but he's not a created mon, correct? He's not created. He's like part of Pokemon universe. You talk about Doom, Desire, Fate. Yeah, like that's the reason why I'm asking Matthew, because like in canon he's Pokegod, so he's not like created. He's not like artificially created, I should say. Right? Like he's not man-made like a Mew or Genesect. Okay, real quick, because I do like the question. I do like how you guys are at least talking about Pokemon related stuff in the chat. But one quick question about Kaizo right now. There is the pivot here, right, for the Lapras. But do we want to catch the Weezing first to scout for the abilities using Trace? Or do we want to save? I think there was something. Or do we want to save Weezing in its secondary ability, right? Because it has two abilities. It has Trace and something else. So we could save it as a backup if Lapras is not good. They are seen as myths because they're just that rare. Ah, gotcha. So I'm just grabbing it because he can trace other abilities and find out what people have for their own abilities. He had a second option as well. He's very fast. Very fast. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. HP is a little low. Good to know that it has rough skin. Might as well scout all abilities first. Shield Dust was our hidden ability, which would have been good too. It's a really good ability. Ignore all secondary effects of moves. That makes a lot of sense, Flair. Thank you for that clarification. I was not anticipating seeing the 5%, but I'll take it. Alright, let's see what Lapras has. That's a stinky low punny. Ew. Brisk. I low-key want to run this to the next area, even though it doesn't have a second move, because I caught the level 6 instead of the level 5, and it lost an attack and deleted it for Stealth Rocks, which was a mistake. I won't deny it was a mistake on my part. I low-key think that we go for the Trace on the rest, though. I really hope they give us a... All I really care about is them giving us a release date for Pokemon Champions. Compound Eyes! Yo! We could go for the level 3 Compound Eyes so that we get the level 4 move. Because in reality this Weezing is going to struggle on the first trainer, no matter what. It's either going to miss Thunder, or it's going to be having opponents that resist Thunder. Jump Kick, Compound Eyes, that's pretty cool. And Steel Wing also getting the boost. And Magma Storm. Oh my gosh, he just one-shot me. GG. He wasn't getting any other special attacks, though. Damn. Flamethrower, Hidden Power, but no Sketch. Blizzard? Dude, that would have been crazy. Stab Blizzard with Compound Eyes. Would have been 91.5% accurate, but that was a runner. I mean, it was a runner except for not having moves, in my opinion. Like, it had physical moves. Sad. Weezing had Sword Stance, it also had Bulk Up. But the special defense is what concerned me on it. I'm a little worried about versing the rival because it's a ghost type. And my one move to hit a ghost type. Okay, whew, thank goodness. We found a Pokeball to pivot, and it's guaranteed to catch. I was gonna say, because my one way of hitting a ghost type requires an item that A, I would not be allowed to use other than 10 base power items, and B, not be able to use more than once in a fight. He loses a move at level 6, making the level 3 the option for pivot, but not the option to verse rival. Special defense, level 6, 90 base power, and then he did 8. $13 to 18, so he's average at best. Nope, GG. Damn, that was the only pivot. Motor drive, wow. Damn. I should have caught it. Oh well, on to the next. Because there was one more there that we hadn't seen. How is this a 540 BST with perfect stat distribution and still be like below average offense? Like, that just doesn't make sense. but it could run. Technically, this thing could run. I swear, sometimes stats are missing, yeah. Where, like, later in the file, when it's higher level, that 540 really shows that it's 540 compared to showing us what it is at level 5. But we do have high speed, high special defense, above average defense, and like good HP. We're not minimum attack, we have 1 extra point in attack than minimum. Ability is a bit useless. I could pivot. And I have good speed and good bulk to scout. Using level 6 had higher stats overall. Good to know it has Mirror Coat. My child. Huge power, Phoebus. Walrein. Drill Peck, nice. I think Walrein is 535 BST if I'm not mistaken. The ice typing defensively technically hurts it, but offensively it could help if it gets a good move, like Ice Beam. I don't know, this melodic, it looks so good, but I also know that it's not strong, and that really makes me sad. Yeah, I know a lot of them offhand just because I'm constantly just assessing. If this was given a modest nature, it actually could have been good. Plus 10% would have been all it needed. If this was Volt Absorb, I'd probably be a little bit more tempted. But I don't like having a water absorb water type, because when the opponent has Trace and we have Stab, we can't hit them with Stab. Like, our ability works against us, and it doesn't really help us very often. So, Flare, earlier you mentioned that it looks like not all of the stats are there, right? And one thing I was just thinking about, when we run a Pokemon like Skarmory or Spiritomb, who are 465, right? And you are paying attention to the level up screen where it says +1, +2, +3, +0, right? So when they're lower BST, I'm curious if on that screen they get less total added in the plus, right? Let's say it's a total of +14 versus Melodic getting a +18 on every turn. And then over the course of multiple levels, that adds up to where long term, later, Melodic's BST's going to make all of its stats higher than what it currently is compared to the end result of something like Spiritomb and Skarmory. I don't know if that's how it works. Well, there is a Walrein, right? And it's only 5 BST lower. Dominicro, welcome to the chat. How you doing tonight? It's not bad if we can learn some special attacks, I agree. Setup, like Nasty Plot, would also go a long way. I'd like to see what this last one is. So I can give you a breakdown of both answers. What was it? Matang. So we are not allowed to run Pokemon that have a 600 BST or higher. It has to be 599 or lower. And if it is a legendary such as Zapdos, Registeel, Raikou, etc., those 580 legendaries, I can only run the one in my favorites, which is Zapdos, so all of the others are off of the table, which means below 580, the first one is Arcanine at 555, the second one is Togekiss at 545, but both of those have, Togekiss has 0 level up moves, Arcanine has 1 level up move, and then after that is 540 BST. Oh, Dominic Robidoux. Okay, I was a little bit confused by the last name. I didn't know where it started. I read it as Bideau. How you doing, Nomar? Dominic Robidoux, welcome, welcome. Dominic, since you're new to the chat, I will leave it up to you. Do you want to do melodic or do you want to do Walreen? What do you think, Dominic? Melodic or Walreen? Walreen does have Drill Peck, which I like, and then Crush Claw has 50% chance to lower defense. Personally, I think we go for the Walreen. As much as I like the Melodic, I also don't like it enough to think that it's a runner. It is a nice type. Alright, I'm trying to persuade you to say Walreen, Dominic, so I'm going for the Walreen. Let's do it. Neutral nature, it's a little slow. It has water pulse. It's actually a special attacker, not a full physical attacker. It has chlorophyll to double its speed, but yeah, it's kind of below average speed. Regardless. No, Dominic, you don't have to roll with chat. You can actually tell chat that you were right, because you were. That melodic was better. Because you were. Too slow and low special defense is recipe for disaster. So, I would say Melodic was better in the ratio of running it to the rival and the first trainer, like getting it past. Since they're like, if Walreen was not a pivot, then there's no pivot, then I think Melodic could have gotten through like that initial phase. But we do have Stab. Oh, Stab doesn't matter here. Oh. Let's go. Let's go. It was a fast, bulky melodic, but the special attack average is 14 at level 5. It was 12 at level 5, so it was still like a little bit below standard in like the ratios we normally go by. "31 special attack at level 8 is crazy. I mean, this thing is very strong. I just wish the attack and speed were switched. Would have made a huge difference. Calm Mind. If we had speed boost would save it, but the speed tier is just too low. Like the Ursa Ring in that fight went first, and we got lucky. It turned into a rock type, giving us super effective. Yeah, when you run a Pokemon that is slower and has a defense that's really low, all it takes is the encounter with the high BST Pokemon that's fast and offensive for it to one-shot you. But it could end up spawning a little bit later in the game instead of early, and so you do all of this work just to lose to one Pokemon that just one-shots you. And there was nothing you could do. There was no setup, there was no preparation going into the fight, there was... So like, it's very important to have a certain speed tier to be able to control each and every encounter. Quiver Dance on the way, I wish. It's like me praying for the Tooth Fairy. Carpe Diem. You could try to seize the day. Or do we Kakuna Matata? I played Pokemon Stadium. I don't think I played Pokemon Coliseum or Gales of Darkness yet. It was my intent to. My intent was to do, like, if anyone in the chat or yourself know about, uh, Game Grumps, I was gonna do, like, kind of a similar session like that, where it was, like, just me and a friend talking and chatting as I do a playthrough of it as a first time experience. Growing up, I didn't have a GameCube or an N64 and anything like that, so I just didn't get that experience. But I hope to. Also, I will say, welcome to the chat, Ugh. It's a dope game, gotta check it out. Appreciate the recommendation. You know, maybe when we hit our 1,000 mark subscriber mark, we can do like a big event during a stream where we play a bunch of like fun, nostalgic games like that. The first one is fun, yeah, for sure. I mean, we just did this, right? But we could do other things where we can actively like play a game co-partner where we are both playing it, right? Or we can play against each other. Hey, thank you, clown. I appreciate it. Do you prefer getting called Ugg, or this clown, or clown? At the moment, we're looking for the last pivot option. If anyone who is new is curious about the rule set, we're happy to explain the rules. I'd say Wailord might be the only pivot. Ugg is fine. Just a BS name. Yeah, YouTube changed all of its settings recently, and it's messing everything up. That is very true, Fate. That's funny. I'm gonna start saying that for Pokemon that are built like this, that are just like horrible. Ugh, this clown. Look at him. What a clown. My favorite gen of Pokemon, like in a Pokédex or in a region. My favorite Pokédex probably be Generation 1, maybe? Or 6? I have to double check. But I say Generation 1 not because of like themselves, but it was like the prominent one in FireRed and Leaf Green. And so my prominent, like my favorite region is FireRed Leaf Green, so my favorite region is Kanto. I guess we do Magikarp? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, a bigger channel that I know, he does like a donation version where you can like do like one tiny donation and get um like a Pokemon chosen, or you could do like a donation of 5 and then you choose the full set on that Pokemon. Because of how small the channel is, I probably wouldn't like mandate a donation for such. But we could definitely like try to incorporate doing like a team builder with chat, have them say throw this Pokemon on the team, and then we try to make it work. I have seen it done before. Pokemon Nexus, I have not. It's a Pokemon MMO. I have not heard of that. Sapphire. Sapphire was my second game. That was an amazing game. I wish I didn't lose it. Wow, Buffett. Okay, neutral nature. So if we can evolve it, we can improve the speed. I mean, I would say it really wants to evolve, would be the critical thing. Because technically it has double tri-attack in the gym. It has nature power, which turns into tri-attack. So like in the rival fight, it being Earthquake doesn't really help it. So we would probably want to evolve it to improve the speed. It's bulky, that's the big thing, right? It's mostly bulk on this. So I don't really think this per se has star potential, but it has potential to evolve into a good Pokemon, or we get to pivot. Ah, you were behind Laser Dog, no worries. I don't know how I had a feeling there was a Magikarp in this area. I don't know why. Like, I thought Relicanth was the third encounter because I thought I saw a Magikarp already. I thought it was Mawile, Magikarp, Relicanth, and then it was like, nope, I actually have one more. It ended up being Magikarp anyways. Throwback could be an option. What do you guys think? Run, Forrest! No, you idiot! Oof, that's a horrible evolution. Honestly, wasn't great either, and none of the pivots were in this file. Give me 1 second, I just need to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I caught a wild Zuko in the process. Honestly, I didn't expect to win that fight. I kind of needed like a couple crits to even have a chance. Or needed him to just go for a +6 setup. Nice. Great throw. GG. Damn, that Venomoth actually is low-key strong. I'd like to try to scout the melodic, but I think I need a faster Pokemon first. I'm hoping the level 6 Cloyster is faster than us. Don't die. Ooh, gnarly crit. There it is. Alright. At least it's faster. That's what matters. Barely. It's barely faster, but it is tankier, so I won't be struggling so much. And I even have Protect for scouting moves, which is nice. You know, this Torkoal is strong and fast. It's faster than 12 at level 3, and it did 7 damage. 7 damage is really good. As a level 3 into our high special defense? Troy, I just didn't know that there was like a new series for them. So that's why I sent it to you. He's a bit of an underdog because he's 470, but oh yeah, he is definitely min-max offense. That was a super effective double kick versus the neutral Psychic, and Psychic did like well more. Like like over double. No worries, Fate. There's the way that I can get access to it and share that with you. I believe I did, so I can share that with you again if needed. I want to consider melodic as well. Welcome back, Flair. At the moment, I'm looking for the melodic. Above us, there's a Torkoal who is fast and a special attacker with min-max offense. Very, very low attack, very high special attack. Has Psychic. But I'd like to find this melodic and take a quick scout on it if possible. It's slow. I want to say no. If it's going to be slower than 12 at level 6. I kind of think the Torkoal is a better pivot, personally. I expect a glass cannon, so I'd actually prefer water absorb. So that we could avoid Aqua Jet. The lowest BST runner, I know there was the Whalmer. The other night we did the Seadra, which was 440. We had another one. I think the Whalmer is 400. I don't know if I'm going to go with the level 5/6, whatever it ends up being, but I want to at least scout it. If it deletes Psychic, I definitely don't go for the level 5. But if it deletes Constrict, best case scenario, if it deletes Hail, it technically takes away our Shedinja answer. If it deletes Double Kick, it's not the end of the world, but would at least be coverage for dark types, so. Correct. That's exactly it, Fate. So you'll have more stats given to your 6 options. This one also does not have anticipation, which is what we're looking for. It still has Psychic. Why is this one so much weaker? Maybe it was a crit and I didn't notice. It learns Nightmare. Maybe it did a crit and I didn't notice. No. I don't know. I'm gonna go with it. It's faster. But yeah, it doesn't matter what BST is, because if you're 350 versus 550, the amount that you have in your spread once you hit level 100 is going to be far lower. Like if it was completely randomized, like yeah, that would be pretty cool if Pachirisu could be stronger than Blastoise. No, the favorites, so technically the rule is meant to be where we when we are at the lab, we are meant to look at the first Pokemon that the tracker tells us, left, right, or middle, and whatever it is, that is supposed to be the first and only Mon we're supposed to take out of the lab. If one of the other options would be a favorite, we get to choose that favorite instead. I will say I sometimes bend that rule and pick a different Pokemon if I don't think that what they're offering me is good. Just because like we've done this for so long, and I want to get out of the lab if possible. I don't want to be stuck in the lab all night, every night. So the favorites are for what we can choose in the lab. Over 22,000 resets? Damn. They don't use the speed up? Damn. Honestly, I hate watching streams that don't use the speed up because it feels so slow. Like running around feels fine. It's when they're in a battle and watching the damage that they do to other Pokemon, and it's just so slow, and I'm like, I have not seen that. It's only been 2 Super Kaizo winners? Damn. Yeah. Yup. Couldn't add value. You're right. Another Venomoth? Leafeon could be a pivot. But it's slow. Hmm. Probopass is the last one. Hey, General Quir! How you doing, my friend? Glad to have you in the stream. I was wondering, if Fat Cloud was doing alright. I haven't seen him in a minute. Just off to bed, but wanted to say, hope you have a great stream. I appreciate it. That's very kind. Chingling's friendship evolution just doesn't have a lot of good evolutions. That's the problem with it. I kind of think we do Copium. I mean, I could also do Glalie. Oh, there's one more here. Hold up. One more. And it's the Viper. Yeah, I think it's Glalie, then Copium. He's been on vacation with his friends. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah. Ooh, color change. Well, Court, I appreciate your support. Have a restful night. And I look forward to having you in our stream more often. That would be awesome. Miltank actually could be a pivot. I didn't think of that. I kind of like the Miltank pivot. I appreciate it. Whitney's Miltank is goated for a reason, for real. Let's do it. Soundproof. So if we can get set up, we can avoid... It's fast and strong, right? It's fast and strong, we can avoid Perish Song. It's got a really bad nature. We would have wanted the nature to be switched, because then it would have been bulky, just low health. I'd say we have the option for Copium. It's low-key decent. It's low-key decent. It's strong and fast. Two of the most important things, but it only has one physical move. I'd say it's either Copium or we just full send it and see what happens. What do you guys think? If we were to get set up, I guess we could because of the nature, we could technically do like either Calm Mind or Bulk Up setup. Might want to check copium. Yep, just give me 1 second. I mean, if we got a good move like Secret Power or something at level 8, it could run, maybe. Earthquake. One sec. Alright, let's do copium. Ooh. Unfortunate. Damn, stall. Slow and stall. Yo, I should have done that. I really considered it. Balanced, flash fire, water spout, lava plume, X scissor, ancient power mover there. Sketch at the end. Oh well. Alright, I'll leave it up to chat. Left, right, or middle? What are the mons? That's the point of choosing left, right, or middle, is for you to not know what the mons are. Tropius! Middle was Pineco. Pluck, Sketch, Egg Bomb, Acupressure, Good Nature, Pinsir, Scizor, Scyther, Shuckle, Armaldo, Heracross. Oh, I didn't see you say left, Blair. I'm sorry. My bad. A good evasiveness. Good crit. Stab, super effective. Damn. GG. That's what I get for challenging a Tropius. Alright, I'll leave it for chat again. Left, right, or middle. Right? Anyone in chat? Left, right, or middle? Ooh, Blaze again. Good choice, good choice. Serene Grace. The minus speed is a little unfortunate. Definitely potential here, though. How you doing, Lazy Dog? Welcome back. Sorry, 1 second. This thing's been annoying me, and I'm... This hangnail has been annoying me, so I'm just gonna cut it off. That should be better. What do we think of this Blaze game? It's pretty balanced. Is it a full send? Well, without the minus, like, let's say it was neutral, it would be 15 special defense, 15 speed, 14, and then higher HP and lower special attack. So I'd say it's like literally perfectly average. It's a hair below speed, and it might even kick up to where it needs to be. But, like, it's going to be held back a little bit by the nature. I don't think it's the end of the world. I don't like it. But I could see it working if it has a moveset that takes advantage of the ability, right? If we can get, like, Sacred Fire, Rock Slide, Spark. A move in, I believe it comes in Generation 5, that will make physical attackers 10 times better, especially fighting type physical attackers, would be Power Up Punch. 50 base power move and raises attack. Yeah, Power Up Punch plus Scrappy would be so good. I don't think we make a preemptive pivot unless there's something, like, really good in the grass. Oh, something I was gonna say. I forgot to say it earlier. Quirt is now officially my highest subscriber. Right? I had a guy who had 10,000 subscribers subscribe at one point, but Quirt has 17,000. Don't bother looking. I just wouldn't be going up to this area, though, if I didn't look. Well, that's kind of useful. He has the ability static, but then he can remove the paralyzed for me, so that's nice. Yeah, we're definitely sticking with this for the first fight. There's nothing even remotely as good. I'm happier knowing that there's nothing than being sad that I didn't know. This guy doesn't look too bad. The minus speed is hurting, for sure. And currently it's not using the ability. None of the moves it has right now take advantage of Serene Grace. But if we get something, it could be really good. Force Palm could be interesting. 60% chance to paralyze. Stab. Bone Meringue, okay. Uh-oh. Okay, nice. GG. It's only a hair below average speed instead of being average. So it's not like the end of the world. It still would go first most times. It's just some of the faster Pokemon have a chance of actually being faster. Because, like, I say average in a ratio of, like, average of us being faster than the opponent, not average of, like, it's just, like, middle of the road, right? It's a little bit skewed based on just experience. Crobat is interesting. Fast. Yeah, if only we had either plus speed or plus attack or something, I don't know. Just not a minus speed. I think neutral speed would have been fine as well. The last one never wants to spawn. Damn. Worried that the bat does not. I'm worried that the bat does not have offense. Like, the damage output was not that good out of Mud Bomb. I know we're tanky on this, but still. So that's our options, right? It's either we do Blaziken, we do Crobat, we do Copium. What do you guys think? personally, I think we do Blaziken. The minus speed isn't ideal, but other than that, it's okay at the moment. It has Shedinja Answer, it has coverage, it has PP, it's got a good ability as it gets more moves. Like, I do think it has potential. What do you guys think in the chat? Crobat or Blaziken? Mateus, you say Blaziken? Anyone else in the chat? We had a good amount of people for a bit. Blaziken over Crobat, fate decides. Yeah, I'm a typist against Aggron, personally. 2 times 4 weaknesses. And I'm faster than him. So he's even slower. Like, I believe the reason Blair wants to pivot off of this is because of its speed being hindered by the nature. Well, the Aggron is even slower. So, last opportunity for anyone to speak up. Blaziken or Crobat? So you think speed over offense? I'll take one last look at the Crobat. I'll even do a damage calculation for the Mud Bomb. Did 4 damage as a super effective move. Honestly, I don't even feel like I need to calculate that. I can just tell that's no damage. I do want to see Rock Wrecker, but I want it to be at higher. I mean, he could be a physical attacker. Yeah, but if Crobat cannot even do half damage with a super effective move on a high special defense, then that's not able to break through walls, right? Like, I kind of think he's a physical attacker because the Mega Horn did 2 damage even though it's ×4 resisted. Strong move, but honestly, I'm just genuinely not impressed by that damage. I gotta admit, I just don't think it's strong. I think it might just have a lot of health and or a lot of speed. I'm just happy it's not a plus special attack. Because that's what I keep getting most nights, is just like the plus nature in the wrong stat. Hey, Velez, how you doing tonight? I think YouTube fixed their issue of putting like 200 plus people in a stream when there really isn't. Ah, that's top. Tail blow. Sad. Give me bulk up or dragon dance and then we're talking. But my priority right now is trying to get a move that has a secondary effect. I really want to take advantage of our ability. Like, we had the misfortune of our Dusknor not having this ability, right? Like, it had the moves to take advantage of it and didn't have the access. It had Gluttony. This time we're gonna have access to the ability and not have any moves for it. Well, good luck. No, you're thinking of Ominous Wind. Shadow Punch never misses, and Shadow Claw has a high crit rate, which high crit rates do not get affected by Serene Grace. That was a crit. Okay, new move. No, the speed is a hair below average because of the nature took it from a hair above average to a hair below average. That 10%, it would have been like 5% above average, now it's 5% below average. Revenge. Okay. Pro, it's stab. Pro, it's physical. Con, it's negative priority. And con, it doesn't have a Serene Grace synergy. I was hoping for Force Palm. Get the 60% chance to paralyze. I could take it over Mega Kick, though Mega Kick is technically my answer for flying types that have either normal typing or a normal typing with what's it called? Water absorb, or just, you know, high base power. I'd say it's either over Mega Kick or don't take it. What do you guys think? If they do damage to us, right, because it's a negative priority, so we go second. If they do damage, this has double damage. So it goes from 60 plus stab as 90 up to 120 plus stab equal 180. So it can be a very strong move. And we are tanky, so we could take a move. I could see us taking it over Mega Kick, but I'm curious what you guys think in chat. Damn, chat is quiet. Anyone have a thought about the choice here? Alright, it seems like no response from chat. So I am just gonna get rid of Mega Kick and keep going. Maybe at 17 we get something better. Oh, now... I wish she was clicking Roost. Because then I could click Revenge. No, you stupid ho-oh. So dumb. Teleport at 17. We weren't really getting no other physical moves other than Fake Out and Constrict. Could have done Ancient Power for the Omni Boost Serene Grace, I guess. But we literally were getting nothing for Serene Grace. That's so sad. Yeah, 0 offense. I had a feeling. Just so much special defense and speed. The Crobat was not good. It was 178 special defense and like 160, 170 speed. Oh my gosh, it has an Achilles heel, but look at that set of moves. Lava Plume, Earth Power, Shadow Claw, Hydro Pump, Water Absorb. Like, yes, it has an Achilles heel, but what would be really interesting is if we were to get, I want to say it's called Power Swap, but that might be the wrong name for it. Whatever the move is that takes your base stat, defense, and attack and switches it. There's a move that takes your base stat. So if, like, you do Sword Stance, it'll switch everything over, so your Sword Stance actually gets applied to your defense instead, and vice versa if you do Iron Defense. Power Swap. Is that what he said? No, I'm not talking about switching stat changes. I'm talking about changing your base stat of your physical defense and your physical attack. Power Trick. That's what it is. Thank you. I think this can run, personally. The fact that it has Water Absorb, taking away one of its, like, major weaknesses. No, Power Trick only does physical. I'm telling you, I promise you it only does physical. Yo, Denny, how you doing tonight? Yeah, if we could have Power Trick, I think this could actually, like, win. It would suck having to give up a slot for setup for that, but we chew that, right? Yeah. I chew that, and then we knock out. Nice. I mean, above average speed, slightly above average offense. So it makes the Shadow Claw viable. Good HP. Even though it's resisted, it's still 60 base power, right? 120 divided by 2, it's 60. So 60 on a strong special attacker can still be strong. I don't know. Thoughts in the chat. Do we full send? This is a beautiful set. It would not be my first run with an Achilles heel Pokemon, and people judge Achilles heel because it looks bad, but it's not. I mean, as long as we do well, which is, you know, always the case, we want to do well, but I mean, the lowest amount of rock blasts would probably kill us. I really want to run it. My child. He's telling me to run. My child is telling me to run. Kenny, what do you think? I know you said very interesting dog you have there, but I'm curious, what do you think? Do we full send or do we pivot? I mean, like, it's water absorbed. Like, how can we say no to this? Water absorbed stab, 4 attacks. Alright. The king said run the dog. So the dog must go for a run. I'd worry about doing a pivot and getting an even worse nature. Like, obviously this one isn't ideal. In the event that we found another Arcanine, right? Like, if there's a second Arcanine. It has 2 Shedinja answers. Yeah, I'm full sending this. I have to, it's required by law. The FBI is watching. They're gonna crack down the door if I don't. The first Pokemon was Flash Fire, and a physical move is gonna kill us. Still exactly split offense. I actually think Power Trick would be really cool on this. Because you could do a scenario where, in some cases, you want the physical attack for the strong Shadow Claw, but then other cases, you don't need to use Shadow Claw, but you need the defense. So then you Power Trick. So, like, you can kind of, like, play around with offense and defense. The goat milk, nice. Great find. Alright, let's sweep this real quick. Earth Power is your favorite move? Might have to find a way to get it tattooed on you. It's hilarious. Personally, for me, it's Aura Sphere. Shadow Claw for the legendary sweep. Love to see that. All we need is Dragon Pulse. If I can't get Power Trick, if I could get Dragon Pulse to replace Hydro Pump, that would also be very nice. Covers things like Kingdra and Palkia. I'm not too worried about Trace Water Absorb. I don't plan on using Hydro Pump too much. I literally only clicked it on Charmander as a way to save a PP. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna destroy this trainer this time. He is not gonna wall the crap out of me with a Ho-Oh. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I'd say this Pokemon is like a 4.9 star Pokemon. I say 4.9 and not 5, literally because of that defense. It's the Achilles heel. And maybe that's me hyping it up. But dude, he just one-shot a legendary ace at level 15. Like, that's insane. Wakanda forever. We do need a PP max on this. Probably for Earth Power. Yes, on Lava Plume it would be nice because it would give us +9. But I feel like coverage for water types and fire types is really important. I don't want to have to rely on Shadow Clock too often. The scare of an ability like Static could be really bad. Alright, we're on to the gym. I feel like we haven't been here all night. Maybe once. But I believe we got this. First gym? Damn. It's gonna give us Dragon Pulse and we're gonna be able to learn it? Hell yeah. What if we were given Iron Defense? Is that something we would consider? Drift Blim and Drift Bloom. That's funny. Shadow Ball or Extrasensory? Interesting. True, we would have to use it twice to make a difference. Yeah, problem with Extrasensory, it doesn't give the best coverage. I'd like Shadow Ball though. Shadow Ball would be nice. Or Sphere would be even better, probably. Okie dokie. Good luck. I want to see a bunch of grass types in here. Burn. So once I kill him, this effect disappears. No! Oh my god, I fuck. Oh! I should have clicked lava plume, shouldn't I? Yeah, damn it. I don't know. I just had a fear. His last Pokemon was a Wurmple. That was an easy kill, dude. Oh my god, what a throw. What a throw. I'm so sorry. We were getting Aerial Ace. Not bad. Karate Chop on Move Relearner. Not bad. Water Pulse. Over Hydro Pump. That would have been good. Nasty Plot. I'm such an idiot. I thought it was the right play. I'm kind of surprised he lived, though. That must have been a roll. Because, like, it's not even like he was super tanky. And it was super effective. True, Mr. LeBear, true. I don't know. So I don't know. I started second guessing, like, the viability of just spamming Lava Plume. You know, with the fact that there's Flash Fire, Heat Proof, and Thick Fat. Like, I don't know. My brain said if there's no bad ability on this, then Shadow Claw should be stronger. Because times 2 is stronger than times 1.5. That was my logic. I'm not even gonna look at the other pivots. I'm just gonna move on. That was a sad loss. I swear it literally must have been a roll for him to live on 1 HP. Time for a cat now. Flareon? Like an evolution? Or do we make the legendary one of the legendary cat dogs? What about a catfish? Does catfish work? Pivot Togepi, why? Yeah, friendship and evolution into other normal type Pokemon below 400 BST. See, 400 under 400. Some of them are over, yes, but those evolutions are not the choice I would make. Y'all crazy. I ain't gonna huff that smoke. Another Kadabra. I feel that, Flare. I had siblings, but they wouldn't help me. I think we did some when we were younger, but as we got older, they just would tell me to shove off. Oh my gosh, dude, stop cheating. That's so rude. Extrasensory Mewtwo should be banned. We got a favorite. We got a favorite. Hey, Skyforce, how you doing tonight? Oh my gosh, we got a favorite. And it's horrible. What in the tarnation? Where is my offense? Someone just up and ran off with my offense. Energy root, nice. Could pivot. Hmm. Kingdra is not good enough, no. That's funny. I was thinking of doing this in the lab, and then I chose not to. Because I was like, well, it's a Kingdra, I gotta go for the Kingdra. Well, I think we might be staying with Kingdra for the first couple fights, unless I was to make the Togetic pivot in hopes of a shiny stone and take advantage of trying to get a few extra level up moves on a few extra level ups on him before we evolve. See, that one I wouldn't mind for two reasons. One, his BST is a little bit higher than the Togepi. And two, because he can evolve, he falls in range of the huge power, pure power clause, where by having an evolution, it is allowed to be at 410 or below, rather than having to be 399 and below. Crawdaunt. I low-key kind of think we just go for the Togetic. It's a hell of a copium, but I mean, the other option, like I said, is we stay with Kingdra. Benefit, it's tanky, it's fast, it's got a decent moveset to just whittle away, and War of Attrition the first couple fights. Togetic is faster? That's insane. A stat judgment. This is saying that was not strong. This is saying 6 to 9, and I don't know how accurate that is. There, you are right. There is a small chance that might not have been stabbed. Because if it's holding a plate, the plate changes its typing and then gives it a 1.2 times boost, making it 120 base power. I don't want to risk it. I mean, that scenario could just be, like, very low chance of that happening, and it could just have no offense in the special attack. I'm more comfortable just putting it to sleep. War of Attrition until we win. I mean, I guess Quagsire, but he's only 430. Wishcash is 468. You know, so like Wishcash is a better sub version of Swampert than Quagsire is. Quagsire is like 100 base stat lower. Groudon could be okay. I'm not a big fan of the typing. The dark typing doesn't really help. It adds weaknesses and doesn't really add much resistance. Secondly, it's the 5% spawn, and I would rather not. Yo, Juice Boy in the house. Let's go. Unfortunately, this king has no offense. Awesome, Juice Boy. I appreciate it. Nice, GG. He do be fast and tanky. Yawn or Sleep Powder? Probably Sleep Powder, personally. You should have seen the Arcanine run we had earlier. It had an Achilles heel, but it was very strong. It had Lava Plume, Earth Power, Shadow Claw, Hydro Pump, Water Absorb ability, Fast. I clicked Shadow Claw on an Alakazam, it lived on 1 HP, and it Metal Bursted the damage 2 times back onto me. So stupid. I thought times 2 super effective was better than times 1.5 stat, but of course I get a low roll and he lives on 1 HP. Yawn takes a tie. Sleep takes a turn, yes. Yawn takes a turn, and then at the end of the second turn, they fall asleep. So it makes it so that you don't waste a sleep turn, right? When I use sleep powder, turn 1 gets wasted immediately. So then turn 2, the following turn, they could wake up, and I get practically no value out of the sleep. It's not common, but it's possible. The reason I was considering Yawn is a better move for scouting. Sleep Powder doesn't allow you to get that room for seeing what attack they're gonna click to like get a bit of an understanding of what you're catching, while also still getting the completion of a status, where a status on a wild Pokemon increases your catch rate, I think by 3 times. It's like very helpful. Yawn is 100% accurate, yes. That's another factor as well. You don't have to worry about missing. King's Rock, if we find a Poliwhirl, Magnezone Pivot, interesting. A little bit preemptive. I probably should have continued scouting with Kingdra, but glass cannon and a hair below average speed. Even with the 10% boost, still a hair below average. Average is 20, that 18. Hyper offensive though, 30 attack. Okay, when we find a good Pokemon, I get to catch it immediately, which is nice, because now I'm a little worried that we have no defense and below average speed. Juice, I got myself to 89 fishing. I just AFK fishing while I'm streaming. I don't mind it. I mean, for me, it's a bad habit for me to like go onto my phone and just like give my mind a secondary thing to occupy it while I'm doing something. I hate doing that while I'm streaming. So it's just nice to have the AFKing on the side. It's like, oh my gosh, the pivots are horrible. Kingdra was literally the best option. That's so sad. Going straight for Copium. I'm doing Monkfish, yeah. I don't know if I probably can do something better now that I'm higher level. But I haven't checked. No! I'm just resetting. This is dumb. Yeah, but the Sharks, when I went over to the Sharks, they were moving so much. Like, they did not feel like an AFK activity. They felt like something I had to keep clicking constantly to have my character actively doing the occupation, or else I wouldn't be doing anything. Catherby, I went to the Fishing Guild because the Fishing Guild has the hidden boost, kind of like the Woodcutting Guild. Honestly, I'm just here for quality of life, making it as easy and simple as possible. Like, the monkfish, they move a little bit, sure, but they don't move often. I'm not like you, though. I don't have a fish barrel. No, Juice, it's the purpose of having less clicks during stream so that I'm not having these moments where I'm not playing in the game, right? For you guys, it seems almost flawless, right? For what I do when AFKing. It's almost not noticeable that I'm actually playing a second game on the side. But if I get into a quote-unquote AFK environment that takes more and more clicks because it keeps moving on me, right? Like, the reason why the monkfish, even though it has a couple more clicks, is better than the Karambons is because I had a longer distance to go to the bank, and like I have to like move the camera and like have it a certain way for me to do it like efficiently, and it like was just slower. So this is a lot quicker, but it's very simple. So I have to have like a balance of like not many clicks, but also good XP. And like not a far distance. They're 2 to 3 minute spots. I mean, hey, I don't mind trying it. I'll try it. I'm gonna lose this, aren't I? Yeah, I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm just gonna let him die. I will say the dragon harpoon, very helpful. So average is 14 at 5. I mean, if he was to get special attacks, I could see it working. Maybe get to 36 and evolve. Oh yes, I used the light bearer as well for the quicker quicker special effect. Spec, yep. A lot of Torples tonight. Squirtle Squad. Have you versed the cow boss yet? It could be a piece of paper. Facts. Good hit, buddy. Good hit. Great start. Awesome. Great win, War Turtle. GG's. You faced it 447 times. Damn. Bull milk. 2 slippers and the 19 other defenders. Damn. Flare Blitz with Magic Guard. Yo! That's pretty cool. The minus attack is actually holding it back. But Magic Guard makes it so that we ignore the recoil damage on Flare Blitz. I do think it's in our interest to scout, because if this evolves into a physical attacker, it's not going to be liking the nature we give it. Yeah, Magic Guard being useful is nice. Ice Beam Cactor. Very fast. So Juice, which turtle were you talking about? The fire turtle or the water turtle? Watch us find the grass turtle as well. That'd be funny. Think the War Turtle might surprise us? It's this awkward situation though where we need to get this into special attacks by the time it evolves without knowing if it'll be a special attacker. It just feels like a lose-lose situation for the evolution. It's like if we get physical moves and evolve into a physical attacker, we have a bad nature. If we evolve into a special attacker, we don't have moves. If we get special attack moves and evolve into physical attack, like, you know, like we deleted stuff that we could have kept. We already did the rival fight. The next fight is the first trainer, and then there are 9 Pokemon after that trainer where we can scout. Though we haven't finished scouting this area. There's one up above us, one here, and I think one to the left. I think every patch still has one. This one just tends to take the longest, which is why I figured I'd clear it out right now. No worries, Juice. So we get 4 before the first gym leader. Well, actually 20 might be at the gym leader, depending on how its level growth is. But it gets a lot of early game moves, and then after 20 it only gets 3 more, and then 1 more on evolution. The level it evolves at, it'll get a move. So out of 13, we get... So you can't count 4. We'll have 9 of the moves. You go. Ow. That was a crit, turn 1. Our pivots are absolute compost. I can scout Torkoal. His anger point. The Dugong hit a crit. I think it had decent attack. I do agree that I do think it had decent attack, but turn 1 it hit a crit. So critical hits are ×2 in this generation. And that's number 3. I kind of want to stick with this. I don't mind sticking with this. At least see what the level 10 move is. What sells me on it is the Flare Blitz. Like, yeah, I could do Dugong if it's an underdog at 468 BST. That's funny. King's Rock for Poliwhirl. Ninetales does not learn any level up moves. Is Ninetales a Naruto reference? Dusclops, interesting. Speed tie. Oh, that's pretty cool. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. GG. Damn it, Aggron. You bastard. Slow bro into a special attacker. Spark, Acid, Body Slam, Swift. So we would have literally just been giving it Swift and Acid. And then Nature Power, that's it. Yeah, he would have struggled for sure. Would he have gotten Shadow Ball? No. Yeah, that would have struggled. I needed a pivot. Technician, that's why Wing Attack did so much. Ice Shard, Wing Attack. Dude, look who is here. Oof. 0 offense, buddy. What? Again? Just 2 files tonight that he's just terrible. Magic Art on this. But, dead file. Honestly, completely dead file. I'd say that Dugong might have been the only pivot. Stall. Oof. Glass Cannon, but cool set. Well, real quick, I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back, but I got an energy drink. I'm still wide awake, so we're gonna keep going and then see how well we can do. But just give me a quick second. No, I was responding to a text. I'll be right back. Alright, thank you for your patience. Kaizo, my buddy. Hi. Yeah, you want to hang out? Ooh, that's a tough crit. Because that ignored his attack drop. Nice, and the burn kills him. GG. I had a feeling I didn't need a heal. Encore. I mean, it's better than Aqua Ring, because I can't use that. The minus attack really is unfortunate, because this is fast, bulky, it's got Sacred Fire. Drought Sacred Fire, which is weird for grass type, but I mean, they could make it work. Right now, the only pivot is Heracross, and I kind of think I just stick with the Venusaur. fast and strong enough to get through the first trainer. I mean, there's a 1% chance this last Pokemon is a good Pokemon, right? Can't give up hope. Zuko hopped up on my lap, on my chest, so, you know, that's usually a good sign. Come on, Skitty. Take on the power of Zuko and find me a good Pokemon for that last mon in this area. Have them spawn within the next, like, 5 encounters. Oh, I mean, it was within 5 counters. I mean, it wasn't a good Pokemon, but at least it was fast. Okay. GG. At least we're fast and bulky enough to scout. Yes, fire types are scary moves to take on. Arcanine. Rest in peace, dude. R.I.P. Arcanine. That was a sad loss. Okay, Nest Ball will allow us to... Nest Ball will allow us to get an instant catch. Luxray can be a pivot. But yeah, the physical attack does not look great on that, and it doesn't seem to have good moves. I mean, maybe the other two moves could be good. Remember how earlier tonight we were like, oh my gosh, last two moves are Bolt Beam, what? And then it ended up not being as good. But it was still funny that the last two moves were like crazy. The first two moves were like making us think it was useless. I believe I have had 2 Slowbro runs go to the Elite Four. 2 Slowbro runs go to the Elite Four. So it's always good to scout it, just in case. You think the Thundershock was a good hit? Another Luxray spawn. I'll be back. Yeah, 2 damage, high special defense, 40 base power on that move, resisted. It's uh-oh. Solar power. Okay. If it has a second ability, but that was 50% boosted special attack, super effective fire type move. Like that was That was uber boosted and it did not do much. $100 base power plus fire type boosted in the sun plus solar power boosted plus ×2. Right, because that's 100, 150, 200, 300. Yeah, that was 300 base power. I don't need to get hit by a crit on his last attack. That was a critical hit because of the focus energy. I wanted to know what the last attack was for the run. Stone evolution Pokemon are really nice to have scouted, just to know like if they are obsolete, then we can always set up on them either with like X items or a heal. Or know that it's the opposite where I can't set up and I have to respect it, having Endeavor. I don't think they're able to click a healing move when I use that, right? So if they have Recover as their 4th move, I don't think they're able to click it at all. Hmm. Damn it. +3, he's not even faster. That means he's slow as hell. Yeah, that means he has to be below 16 speed. He has to be 15 or below. At 15, he would be 30 speed at +3. Because it would be... Actually, no. No, it's even worse than that, isn't it? I did that math wrong. Because at 15 speed, at ×2, he'd be 30, so at ×3, he'd be 45. No, at ×3, he'd be 37. Sorry. He'd be 37. I don't know why I'm messing up my math. Yeah, ×2 is 30, times 2.5. It's 37. So he's slow. I don't know. Nothing really looks that good. I mean, Luxray kinda looks okay. What about this? We go for the Luxray pivot in the ruins. If it's okay or good, we can, and we need like a slight difference. We have a second option. If we don't like it, we can go for the Slowbro. If we don't like the Slowbro, we can go for Copium. Nine speed. Oof. I mean, good nature, right? That's the exact nature it needed to make its attack average. It's bulky. Good HP and very bulky. But so slow. Well, I guess Slowbro really can't get much slower than this, other than 8 speed. Alright, at least he's faster, right? And he is very tanky. I mean, that's -1 defense. He hit a crit. I didn't want to use the nest ball. Damn it, I clicked too quickly. I wanted to save that for the copium. Zero offense, zero speed, all defense, another Pokemon with all defense. So we found two of the biggest tanks in the game. Great. Only the speed on that Luxray, yeah. Honestly, though, this thing is even tankier than the Luxray. Ready for copium. I'm not wasting time. I only have X amount of time for the night, so not wasting my time with the dead file. Five and a half hours and nothing. That's why I'm resetting on a situation like that. Like, I mean, if it was earlier in the night and things had been different, something had gone correctly, then no, I probably would have just attempted. But Katoa, welcome, welcome. Who's the big gifter? Somebody, somebody new came by and said, "Hey, stranger donating 10 subs," and they just donated 10. And then I think Denny also donated 5 like a day later. Ooh. Yeah, and then I haven't seen them. Katoa, you missed it. Quirt was in the chat earlier. That's funny. You just saw him in the chat. That's funny. Were you looking for Fat Cloud? You right, Nomar, you right. Me too. Me too, Katoa. But maybe I just don't know the name of the person you're referring to. I was just honestly, I was just naming people that would be affiliated to whom you may know. Yeah, tonight has been a drama-free night, and I'm very happy for that. I've needed one of these. Like, even though it's been a lap stream and a half, I'm not crying. Charge Beam, Meganium's not bad. That's just the internet, Nomar. For the most part, we do well, but, you know, they are existent on the internet, so they will come and go at some point, no matter what. Nice, GG. Glad we did not miss. What do you guys predict would be better, the Typhlosion or the Meganium? Now, each patch also has a hidden Pokemon that we have not seen. He is also the second furthest run, that is true. Right, decent special attack, I like that. Not bad. I mean, that's neutral, but that was 6 damage. 75 base power. Ew, drought, really? If he has a second ability... Bug and poison. Ice, fire, flying, bug, and poison. I mean, I want to do the Typhlosion. I also like fire stab over grass stab. The benefit of grass stab is that there's no ability that can like change its damage output, like heat proof and thick fat and flash fire. See, that's why I want to kind of pivot, because I really don't want to die to this Toxicroak's Octazooka. But the downside is there's not really many, like, grass moves that are good. Hey, he does have a second ability. Nice. I'd say Energy Ball and Seed Bomb. Ooh, the minus attack. Rough. Well, we are a little faster. Not by much, but a little. And our high special defense will make Toxicroak less of a threat. Better defensive typing as well. There's a chance that that 3 speed made all of the difference for this Toxicroak. Literally, it might have literally just been the difference of 3 speed. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, is it the same with Typhlosion though? Typhlosion 10 speed? .30 special defense is insane. I think Typhlosion's slow. The fact that he hasn't trapped us once. It's very sad. Well, there's one more area to look. Hey. Oh no! Holy speed and special attack with charge beam, fire spin, sonic boom, power gem. So it just was charge beam, power gem. That's it. Didn't really have anything else. Tinted lens, ancient power, water gun, extra sensory, split offense, low special deep. Honestly, blast cannon, low speed. If the speed in attack were switched. But it would be weak to all, like almost all priority. Be weak to Mach Punch, Vacuum Wave, Aqua Jet. Another Bronzong. Uh-oh. Oh man. And he hits the crit. One more. Oh yeah, real dumb Pokemon tonight. Thank you for the good luck, no more. Get to pivot, nice. We could definitely do Flygon. The one we saw was level 3, so we would need a different one. We go with another Intimidate one. It did have a secondary ability. If it is a physical attacker itself, Intimidate's not good for it because it could have Trace Pokemon take Intimidate. Welcome Jamie to the chat. How you doing tonight? Average special attack. Thoughts in the chat. Do we go for Intimidate or Hidden Ability? Intimidate will only affect the first Pokemon, but it can help. It did help the last Flygon get all the way in front of the Elite Four. The last Flygon just unfortunately died at the rival to a critical hit Blizzard. I'm a little worried about the speed, because I would have wanted the level 3 to be like 10 speed, so that the level 5 is 14, level 6 is 16. Magmar could also be a pivot. What do you guys think? Magmar? Which, do I have the Magmarizer? I might. No, I have the Moonstone. It was the last run. He's scrappy. Wait, no he doesn't. I got hit by a rock type move, which allowed him to hit a normal type move. Never mind. Because his normal type move, turn 1, did not hit. I forgot about color change for a second. Low key, I kind of just want to catch whichever level 6 I find next on the Flygon, just because with the difficulty of dealing with chip damage and running back and forth and just the longevity equals higher risk of dying before even getting to pivot. Like, I think it's just in our best interest. Once we find the level 6 again, just go for the catch. There it is. It's the Intimidate one. Okay. Personally, I think we should have went for the other one, but that's rough. At least this one does not die to Blizzard. But the minus speed is oof. And then no offense. Again. We just keep getting Pokemon tonight either with no offense or no speed. Honestly, I don't think it dies to Blizzard. There was one Pokemon I did not scout because I just didn't want to, like, lose in the grass. We were just too frail and too slow. So at least this is better than the... Duskull. I was thinking Dusclops, Dusknoir. I was like, what's the first one? Duskull. One HP to Dream. Let's go. He got a high roll on that second hit. What Pokemon are you talking about, Flare? Because I'm not sure what you... I'm trying to understand what you're saying. 480 power, and that's not stab. What move has the highest potential damage of any move? Self-destruct and... Explosion, right? Oh, you're talking about Blizzard. Oh, yeah. The reason I have the belief that he can live from a blizzard is, if you think about Tyranitar, yeah, obviously Tyranitar has higher BST, but I feel like the physical defense on Tyranitar is similar to the special defense on this, and the HP ratio is pretty similar. So there are situations where times 4 fighting type moves that are not stab, right? I don't think we can live a stab blizzard, but I do think we could live a non-stab blizzard. If Tyranitar can do it, I think this can do it. False Swipe is better than Memento for scouting. I won't lie, Claire. You confused me earlier with combining both things, talking about Blizzard and then randomly coming up with that question. So like I got confused by what you were talking about. So if I realized that you were asking that fun fact question, I actually did know that answer. I've heard that before. I just didn't know that was what you were talking about. Now, would I have been able to tell you that entire answer by memory? No. But I would have told you it was like that Shuckle setup strategy. One benefit about this Flygon is because we have the Intimidate and our defense is much lower than our special defense. Scouting actually becomes a little bit easier because they're going to have -1 attack. So the stronger they are, the stronger our Intimidate is. Yo, Blastoise? With Ore Sphere, but he's slow. He's under 18 speed. Let me do a quick calc on that. He did 8 damage. I have 41. And he's level 8. He's 28 to 40. So he has high special attack on that Blastoise. Very high special attack. but it's slow. That's the only issue. Razor Claw. Do I have one of those? Moonstone, Dawnstone, Stunstone, Shiny Stone. No, I have Claw Fossil. Alright, sounds good, Friezo. Yeah, that's just mathematical output, not consumption. There's no Pokemon that can consume that much damage. But there is a way to create a statistical output where your damage is that much. As of right now, the only pivot is Blastoise. And even though it's slower, I think we still would make that pivot. That Bubble Beam and Speed Boost. Ooh. Do I look for the... Yeah, I'm gonna look for the last one, but then if I find another Tentacool before it, which I did immediately, I'm gonna catch this one if it still has Speed Boost. It does. Because my... Yeah, you're right, player. Because my luck has been a lot better on the nature for the second encounter instead of the first. Technically with Zuko, stop. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Gastro Acid works on Shedinja, correct. Hmm. I'm worried about that defense. I'm not a big fan of high attack, low defense. I think that's where my heart is worried. The fact that the special attack and the defense are not switched. Like, I'm okay with the 11 speed and speed boost. That I'm okay with. It's the low defense that really concerns me. Bulk up would be nice. I don't know. I'll leave it up to chat. Personally, I think the consideration for Blastoise is there, but I'll leave it up to you guys. Do we go for Blastoise or do we stay with Tentacruel? Nomar, you're in the chat. What do you think? Can you guys hear Zuko on the mic? Dude's going crazy right now. No more. Did you hear the question? I was asking you what your thoughts are. Do we stay with Tentacruel, speed boost, physical attacker, or do we pivot to a special attacker but slow Blastoise? There's a Blastoise to pivot to, or we stay with Tentacruel. Correct. Like I did bring that up. I did say Blastoise could potentially be slow. I could see if it's below 11 speed, or if it's above. Your gut feeling says Tentacruel, then I won't even scout it. I'm gonna have to feed this monster in a minute. He will not give up. Psychic. So he has average special attack even with the minus special attack, right? So I can be a split attacker. I technically need to keep Gastro Acid for Shedinja. Bubble Beam is stab. I could get rid of Meteor Mash. Meteor Mash covers a bit more for neutral, but Psychic covers a little bit more for super effective. Thoughts in the chat. 100 accuracy Psychic, attack boosting Meteor Mash, but Meteor Mash is also contact. Don't think we take it though, because we need Gas Acid and the other moves are better coverage. Meteor Mash stronger. Boost attack, yep. It's really if we're just worried about missing. But I think the coverage is more important, personally. It's a good move, don't get me wrong. But... my child. I could have used Psychic on you. At least Bubble Beam is stab, right? So, with our average special attack, it's pretty strong. Even though it's quote-unquote falling off, as you said, technically, it still is viable to keep a special attack for any of the physical defensive Pokemon. Especially a stab move, right? Like, a stab move as coverage can be very useful. You ditched the Flygon on the leave then. I'm sorry, Friezo. It just had no offense. It was very weak. It had like 41 special defense, and it had no offense. Torment, that's a bad move. That's the type of... Torment is what I've been going through. Well, I'm glad I didn't give up on the Tentacruel to find the last Pokemon in this grass, because the last Pokemon in the grass was a Dragonite. I honestly probably caught one of the better natures that I could have gotten. Or neutral nature. Neutral nature might have been good. I don't know. how much that plus 10 is really going to do for us. If it'll make a difference. Alright, good luck. That's something. Yeah, totally. So nice. It is nice that we cannot be poisoned. Okay, new move. Camouflage to change our typing to the environment. No. I like how physical attacker, like fire physical attackers cannot be burned. Right, like poison, it's nice to not be poisoned, but to not have your physical attack halved, it's very useful. Fire physical attacker with poison heal, or immunity, even if it was just immunity. Magic guard, flare blitz. You can be poisoned, but you don't take damage. Rough skin. Alright, we got this. We got this. Oh, not another Celebi. Got the special defense drop into Petal Dance to make it stronger than 20 base. Oh, he actually got a low roll right there. Nice, perfect. He missed. Resisted. Let's go. Let's go. GG. Are you talking about 5 mons with 4 or 5 mons with rough skin, or 4 or 5 mons with aftermath? Because I remember the one with the aftermath that recently happened. It was like 4 or 5 mons back to back in one dungeon that had an aftermath. Right at the end, too. Shaman is gonna, no, Celebi. Celebi is gonna be an issue. Right. No berries. No status heal. Just 4 baby potions. Good luck. Heyday. It's a normal type move, 40 base power. It's no contact, which is nice, but it's such a low base power with no super effectiveness. I can't really justify getting rid of Gastro Acid. Damn. That's a move you take when you're, like, literally asking for, like, anything. I have nothing to hold, so we're just gonna go right into the fight. Good luck. Okay, we get the attack boost, nice. I wanted that for the level 20 if possible. Good crit. The love disc is his last one. We one shot. Perfect. GG. Vital throw is negative priority, which is not great with speed boost. We are able to learn it. It would give us coverage, but I think we would wait. It's not much, but we have something. Do you guys have a name for it? Do you have a name for the tentacruel? Just took 6.5 hours. Walk in a park. Female. Cruella. Poison getting rid of the grass weakness makes it, like, not really useful. Specifically going for the... like, type combination of... like, tentacle with whatever else. But at least having like a Pokemon that is grounded. Fire was a good one. Fire matched up, you know, ground weakness. Hyper Potion, AO. So out of curiosity, I was I I did a quick Google search of what the fastest jellyfish is. Right? Our ability being speed boost, I figured fast jellyfish. It's generic, you know, non-scientific name. It's kind of boring. It's called a box jellyfish. Not really exciting, but for the Latin name, or one of the Latin names, because I just realized reading the full thing, it says with some species such as, so I guess it's not talking about every Rudonchi. I like that. That's a good one. Not that the other ones were bad, they weren't speaking to me, you know? You got it low grade. That's hilarious. That's funny because I did a project on the cardinal bird, and I feel like I got it like a mediocre grade. I like worked hard on it, but like my end result wasn't great. Like I worked hard on the research and learning about it, but like making the actual essay in the uh poster board and everything that had to go into it. I feel that flare. I was smart enough to outsmart school in a way where like I could kind of get by without really knowing what I was doing, right? Like I know that's like a redundant and backward statement, but like I'll use Spanish as an example, right? Like even though the test was made as a way to be like hard and difficult, like I still got an A in Spanish every single year, but I didn't memorize any of the Spanish words, and I just used ways to like get the test to be an A using the test and using the classroom. Like, you know, things would be up on the wall, and like I would just like use alternative methods to scathe by while I would sit there on my laptop playing Minecraft. And yeah, I didn't try enough, unfortunately. That was high school, at least. I mean, I graduated high school and I did a year of college. Like, personally, I did complete school and, like, I did enough studying and preparation to get by. Like, I'm not saying, like, I completely... Yeah, screw your dry skin, buddy. Get out of here with that. You know what's funny? If, like, let's say this was a trainer with more than one Pokemon, and I knew this Raikou had dry skin, I could purposely just go for Gastro Acid instead of Needle Arm, and, like, go for the Bubble Beam angle on the Raikou, just so that way I can get some speed boost before going into the next Pokemon. Recycle. So that recovers the berry that I have eaten. It's not bad. It's more of an end game option if you don't really have setup. I kind of obviously need to keep Gastro Acid, but I don't even mind Gastro Acid at the moment because it's helping Bubble Beam. And it can also, like, once we find out Pokemon who have Rough Skin and Aftermath and things like that, I can take away other abilities as well. So Gastro Acid, it's very niche and gimmicky, but it will come into play and kind of give us like a buffer for setup speed boost, as long as they don't one-shot us. Hell, if I can even find out whoever has huge power, that'd be a big one to take away. Yeah, I don't think it's worth. I would love to get, like, a good no-contact move. Earthquake would be nice over Meteor Mash. That was a crit. True. So instead of earthquake, I would rather say attack order. Be nice to get attack order. Sadly, Night Slash is a contact move. Yeah. I was thinking of a move to get rid of Meteor Mash first. Yeah. Priority is Shedinja, secondaries are convenience. But like, let's say I get Night Slash, like that would have to be my answer for things like fire types. Luna, welcome to the chat. How you doing tonight? The present in it is in 4 hours, correct? I probably will be getting ready for work when it starts. Good attack boost, nice. Guess I didn't need the attack boost, but better safe than sorry. So, I hate to say this, but I am feeling tired and I was gonna try to push it, but I think it would actually be better if I get at least a little bit of sleep. It's crazy that we took this long. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna get past Bugsy. I wanted to push it to Bugsy just to try to see if it would get there and beat him. But at the same time, like, I don't want to throw because I'm tired. I'm not fond of ending with runner. Like, I'd rather have it or don't have, like, I'd rather run it or don't, like, have it. I want it in one stream, but I don't know. It took forever to find it, so I think it just would be in our best interest to recoup our energy for the next run, or for this run in the next stream. Especially with me tripping over my words and not being able to give it 100%. Like, I'm one mistake from ending this possibility. So thank you everyone for joining. If you're excited for the Tentacruel in the next stream, leave a like on your way out. It would help our stream. And I hope you guys all have a great day or great night ahead of you. See you in the next one. Take care. Peace.